Refreshing.
Yeah, actually the stream is like 30 seconds behind. And please.
Okay, the stream is up. The stream is up. Good deal.
Okay, great. So we have 2 minutes. Now, what about timing, Patrick? I think you should give people like maybe up to 5 minutes to introduce themselves and state their positions, and then we go to a 2-minute limit on the other things, and nobody has to use their whole time, but I am so happy that we'll have you, and I'm sorry you have to leave early because I know what's going to happen after you leave, and Stephen will have to take the clock.
Yeah, we need to be sure that we mute ourselves when we're not talking.
Absolutely.
And try really hard to observe the 2-minute limit.
Did I actually post the YouTube link? Yeah, I mean the.
I'm not sure when somebody said a 2-minute limit. What is the 2-minute limit?
For comments, we
Yeah.
5 minutes for presentation. And 2
Oh, so if somebody asks a question and if I'm answering it, I have 2 minutes.
Right.
Okay.
We want to keep things from rabbit trailing
Yeah,
off.
I'm terrible at talking on and on and on and on. So somebody has to beat me down. And if I start to shout, sometimes I don't realize myself and I start to shout. And I wish everybody had a button there. They pushed it and they have electric. We actually have this dog training collar, and I was going to put it on my leg and have my wife hit the button whenever she heard me shouting.
Time to start, guys.
Okay, guys, real quick, everybody have chat open? Because when I set the timer, I'm gonna type in chat, 30 seconds remaining. So
No, I don't have any chat open. I don't see where that is.
It's at the bottom of the Zoom option.
Yeah, you move your mouse to the bottom and you hit chat.
Yeah, it's open.
Okay, and I will start recording now. And I guess I should be prepared to give an introduction. Greetings, welcome to the Divi Experimental Debate 1. We are here to build and experiment with different techniques in debate, and we have our special guest today, Paul Levy, and the concept of this debate is that where we can find consensus, we can collaborate, and we're going to end up, try to identify here the areas of consensus and conflict, and perhaps have future debates in the area of conflicts, and to see what areas where we might get consensus. We're going to first explore the roots of how we are led to behaviors that are ultimately not in our personal or mutual interests by emergent entities having the characteristics of spirit called Wetiko. And Paul Levy's recent book, Dispelling Wetiko, is on this topic, and we'll go with him. Patrick is our moderator tonight. I guess we'll first do introductions.
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Patrick McGuire. I am an active member in a lot of Slacks. What brought me to Divi was actually Brent, and the idea behind using debates with incentive structures built in to initiate action as quick as possible. This may seem like a very archaic version, but if you can follow that concept and building with human interaction instantaneously with feedback, then the potential is limitless. So here we are, and I'm excited.
Who do you want to start, Patrick?
Right now, Jim.
Oh. So who should start? I guess we'll start. We'll let Paul introduce himself first.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm Paul, and I wrote a book, Dispelling Wetiko, which is really getting out all over the place, and so yeah, and it's about it's really, it was based on my own experience of that there was something that seemed to be configuring what was playing out in my life and in the world, and it seemed to actually have something to do with what was happening deep inside of my psyche. And as I went into contemplating this, I began to realize that every tradition, every spiritual tradition in the world from the beginning of time basically was pointing at this particular phenomenon. They all had different names or symbol systems. And I mean, it's in the Bible, it's in Kabbalah, it's in Buddhism, it's in Islam, it's in just, down the line in every tradition. And so basically, I'm kind of a translator in that I haven't discovered anything. I'm just translating these wisdom traditions which they're pointing at, and they all basically say this is the most important thing that there is. Like in the Castaneda books, Don Juan, he doesn't call it Wetiko, he calls it something different, but he says this is the topic of topics. And what he means is that, there's nothing else that will matter at all unless we actually come to terms with Wetiko, which is an indigenous term, it's a Native American term that connotes this great evil. So it's basically pointing out the profound importance of us becoming aware and shedding light on this entity that actually, it doesn't even exist at all. It has no intrinsic existence separate from our own mind, and yet it doesn't exist, yet it can destroy our species. And that's the paradox. And so I actually wrote a book about this. And so I can go on. I mean, I can go on for hours, and I'm going to stop there for now, because I'm not exactly sure how much to say in the intro, but that's basically a little bit about me. That's my life's work.
So we have a little bit of time here. Does anybody have a question for Paul at this time?
If I may. My name is Stephen Paul King. I'm a senior researcher for Spirit Solutions, and Jim is my colleague in our company. I originally, I come from a spiritual, my parents were missionaries, and I studied Campbell's work, Joseph Campbell. And I'm familiar with what you're talking about. I didn't know that particular name, Wetiko. But I'm also familiar with Colin Wilson's mind parasites and Mark Colin and others. And what if I may give a spin on what you're saying is the idea is that there exist entities that are not material and yet have observable effects on the material world. And these have been seen through the span of time and recorded in various ways using various myths. And there's some, when there's such a preponderance of evidence, you begin to wonder, okay, is there something to this?
Yeah, he's almost done. You have any response to that, Paul?
Yeah, no, totally. I totally have a response just from the little bit that you had said. Because when you were saying that there are these entities, I would say there are these seeming entities that are, like, from the phenomenological point of view, from our subjective experience, we experience these energies as if they're actually entities that are independent and objectively exist separate from us. That's our subjective experience. So we experience them as if they're entities, but their nature, ultimate nature, they have no intrinsic independent existence at all. And that's really important. Because if you contextualize them, if you think of them as existent, then you're giving them power that isn't warranted, okay? And yeah, here's the paradox. If you think they don't exist, then they'll destroy you. So, you see, it gets into, it actually is like this higher form of being able to, instead of being attached to, well, is something true or false, A or B, which is the Aristotelian logic of Western civilization, is actually a higher form of logic. In Buddhism, it's called four-valued logic, and simply it's just A and B, even though they're contradictory, can both exist at the same time. So it's both an entity and it's not an entity. It both exists and it doesn't exist. And that, I really talk about this in my book, and but the intention I have is not to get so abstract. What I would love to do during this hour is to describe the workings of it, because that, to me, is how we can see it and sing of it that actually dispels it.
Yeah. Well, let's go a little bit over there, but we'll continue. I guess. Who's next? You want to go next?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Brent or someone else wish to win their introduction?
No, you continue, Steve.
Okay, all right. Okay, let me give you some context of how I came to believe that there is something more than just spiritual involved here. I've been doing some research with some people on the possibility of a what's distributed and using a particular form of a particular computational model, which is rather different than what we're used to. Most people's notion of a computer follows something called a Turing machine. Forgive me if this isn't your right cup of tea, Paul, but you'll see the point eventually. Now, I've been studying. A guy named Marius Baliga discovered a way of expressing lambda calculus, which is a model using objects. Okay, and the process of computing these objects is by using something called graph rewrite. Forgive me for just throwing out terms, but you know what lambda calculus is.
You have very little time left, Stephen.
I know. I'm going. Okay. Now, we also did work. We're also working with Professor Louis Kaufman, who's written some very interesting things on something called eigenforms. Just again, throwing out terms to be you can research later. But all of this builds up to the notion that if artificial intelligences could exist on distributed computational networks, then it makes sense that natural intelligences already exist in any form of network that has the required properties. Now here's the thing. It doesn't matter what the computer is made out of. It could be made out of silicon or protein. What matters is that it's a network and it has sufficient variety in its behavior. Okay? And
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Michael?
Well, hey everybody, I'm Michael. I'm a libertarian. I just wanted to ask Jake more if he knows about Vipassana and Vasana, and if he could explain more about how that applies to Wetiko.
I don't think Jake is on.
Curious, who are you asking?
You.
Oh, yeah, Paul. Okay.
Paul.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm incredibly familiar with Vipassana. I've been doing spiritual practice for over 30 years, and the first couple of years I did nothing but Vipassana. And it's totally related to Wetiko in that Vipassana is really cultivating having this, awareness of our own mind, having mindfulness. And that, in a sense, is the antidote for Wetiko because it operates through our blind spots, through the unconscious blind spots, in such a way that we then become the instrument to act it out in the world, and at the same time it hides itself from being seen. So by actually turning our attention inwards, we're typically so entranced by putting our attention outside of ourselves, and when we put our attention outside of ourselves, that's how Wetiko acts out through us, through the blind spot. But when we contemplate our own mind, that's the very thing that cultivates the awareness that dispels Wetiko. So it's very related.
Did you want to say something about your perspective, Michael?
Well, I'm also a big enthusiast of Vipassana and eliminating the vasanas. And my belief is it's mostly related to heuristics or how you're planning to do something. But my research is mostly on process management and utilitarianism.
Okay, let's see, we have, I think, do we have anyone else who wants to participate in the panel here? We have room for one more. Oh, Patrick.
I have a question as it relates to one of the things Paul said is how it's actually the workings of this resistant type of force. You said that it's separate from our own mind, and in contemplating our own mind, or excuse me, it isn't separate from our own mind.
Not separate. Yeah, it's not separate from our own mind.
Okay, do you know what Hermeticism is? And I'm sure you do. And the concept that everything is mental. So how do you relate those concepts?
Yeah. Well, the thing about Wetiko is that because it operates through our blind spot, so in other words, so we can't see it. And yet, there are three ways of seeing it, and they're all interrelated. They're all the same, really. Three split facets of the same insight. And one is to see, we're having a mass shared dream right now. To see the virtual reality. The second one is to see the non-local field, which is the physics term. And the third one is to recognize that we're not separate from each other, that we're interconnected. Those three things, seeing the dreamlike nature, seeing the non-local field, and having the recognition that we're not separate, that's the same realization. And what that means is that discover that instead of the psyche being inside of our skull, we're actually inside of the psyche. The psyche is non-local. That we're actually having a collectively shared dream. That's the way. That is the way to dispel Wetiko. And my whole work is okay, it's one thing if one person sees that, but it's more and more people see that and they connect through that realization. That's where we can actually change the dream we're having, and that's evolutionary.
Okay, have you had any experiences where, if you're willing to share personal experiences of where you recognized Wetiko and then recognized the process that dispelled it and observed it dispel? Was there any reaction? Did it have a reaction?
Oh, totally. Well, the thing is, when I say, dreamlike nature, what that means is that you recognize the correlation, that what is actually playing out in the outer world, you actually recognize that it's synchronistically reflecting and expressing something in ourselves. Okay. Now the thing is, when you begin to see Wetiko, the Wetiko energy cannot stand to be seen. It will react almost practically violently. Because when you see it, it's just like in mythology. They'll with any sort of these monsters. If the sun rises, a vampire, it loses all its power. That's symbolic. That when you see Wetiko, takes away both its autonomy and its omnipotence. We will react, and we all experience that as we get closer to expressing ourself, our truth, our light. Isn't it true that everybody at certain points has resistance, has seemingly these negative forces that seemingly are trying to stop us? That's the deeper process that I'm pointing at.
Okay, I see. And what? How do I put this? As an entrepreneur, when I look at things of creating actionable metrics, there's things like lead dominoes. What would you say is one thing that would provide the most impact in getting rid of that resistance and creating more love and dispelling Wetiko?
Right, and no, I appreciate that. And it's so the thing is, you see, the thing about Wetiko, which is so amazing, it's an inner disease, it's a psychospiritual disease of the soul. So it's an inner disease that affects the collective unconscious of our species, and yet it implicates itself through the medium of the outside world. So it's an inner disease of the soul that plays out through the outside world. And so that's why when we become entranced by what's happening outside of us, we unwittingly become a vector for Wetiko to propagate. So the point is, when you recognize that correlation, the inner and the outer, and it's being non-local, when you see the seeming evil energy of Wetiko playing out in the world, being non-local, it will definitely trigger something in you. And if you just react out of being triggered, you're feeding the disease. But if you're able to turn your awareness into and onto what inside of you is being triggered and metabolize that and integrate that, then you're able to intervene in the waking dream in a way that makes a difference, that actually dispels Wetiko.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. My view is, I hope I gave you enough time, Patrick.
No, that's fine.
I agree with everything Paul's been saying here, and Stephen and Patrick. Basically, I think that things are both ways. I disagree also. I believe that in a quantum logical universe, there is no real distinction between the physical, the mental, and the spiritual, except frequency. That things that happen at the same frequency affect each other, and that's the way it happens. And I think that there's, it can be a certain resonance in the emergence of beings like Wetiko, and Wetiko may not be a singular thing at all. We're kind of lumping together. It's a fluid kind of existence anyway. But I compare it to a hive of bees. The bees have blind spots. They don't know why they're looking for a new nest. They don't know why they're coming back and dancing to say what the direction and distance of food is. They are following patterns and following memes. And essentially, what happens is that the universe becomes an information ecology. We had the Big Bang creating virtually infinite information, and because we have limited participants that we communicate with, participants in this universe we communicate with, we only see part of this infinity of possibilities, and only communicate with them. And yeah, it's non-local, and it's can be very slow. And I think the reason that so many people find these things through meditation is because when you slow down your brain waves, you become tuned to these lower frequencies of these more global structures that go beyond the human mind at lower frequencies. And my time is up.
I have a question to that. Okay, if all things are one and the differences are in frequencies, then what is the purpose of the differences in frequencies? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's an ecology of information. Okay, so what the universe is striving to do is to really become as complex as possible. Not complex in the sense of noise, which is no information, but organized. It becomes more and more organized over time, because that is how memes like genes sustain themselves. And this is really Wetiko is really a mimetic structure, and that's sort of my position, is how do we have positive mimic mind games? How do we change that part of it? Because I don't believe that we can do it just with meditation. I think that we have to train the memes of Wetiko by making a conscious decision and speaking the same language with the same symbols in the same context so that we can communicate, because most arguments are semantic. You know, people generally want the same things, they believe the same things, but they don't know it because they have a different set of memes.
Yeah, I run into that problem a lot, actually. Just lost in translation, I guess would be a way to put it.
So,
I'm sorry, was somebody else asking something?
I wanted to just ask, how would you connect Stephen's idea for artificial intelligence and the idea of the Wetiko, which to me sounds like vasanas, where you have sort of good software and bad software, and how do you make it work? Like we have here a small network of operating software. How do we make our coalescence of discussion work toward a common interest?
Can I say something? Can I say something about that? Yeah, and it's, it makes me just to associate. The thing about Wetiko is that when you think about the psyche, there are these one of the components of the psyche are we all have like different sort of like complexes, and we all have them, so they're not pathological. But when a complex when a part of our psyche becomes split off due to some form of trauma, and we disassociate from it, it can develop an autonomy of its own and become what's called an autonomous complex. And this is what the indigenous people call a demon. And it can actually manifest as if it has a life or a will of its own. And, I'm correlating that to like in sci-fi things, the idea of AI, and it can just sort of, develop this sort of, it can hold its creator in its thrall. That's very much related to Wetiko. Like, we're actually the creators of it. It's a dreaming phenomenon. We're dreaming the Wetiko epidemic, the psychic epidemic called Wetiko, into manifestation. But what's happened, we've forgotten that we've done that, so it's developed. It's almost become like a Frankensteinian monster that holds us in its thrall up until we have the recognition that it's just our own creation. And then, at least in theory and hopefully in practice, then we can uncreate it.
That's a good lead-in.
If I may comment, I don't quite see it that way, in that we're not making a conscious choice to create it. It's more, in my view, it's more like, okay, the CPU doesn't care, doesn't know, has no knowledge of or capacity thereof, knowing what software is running on it. Okay, what I'm suggesting is the Wetiko is an aspect of a spectrum of entities, okay, which are implemented on the CPUs that are on my brains. Okay, and they do so not in a localized way, but in a decentralized way. They're a decentralized entity. Okay, just like I was mentioning AI as decentralized entities, that their software isn't running on just one, okay, running on many, because that's what you have to have in order to have enough resources to do what you want to do. Okay, if you really look deep into what's required for an intelligence, there is an exponential resource requirement, which is why things like Skynet are not possible. Okay, and Stephen Hawking needs to study complexity theory before he shoots off his mouth about things he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's good at physics, but
okay. Let's I put the link in the chat there, Stephen. If you could put the consider it link into YouTube, I would appreciate it. I'll share my screen for a moment just to just to, oops, let's see. This is our forum here for getting public response from the issues that we're discussing here today. And we have a whole list in the document. The first one is worded, mine parasites of colon, Wilson, Wetiko, and archaic are real. And it looks like Stephen and myself have weighed in on those opinions. We agree completely with that, and I'm sure that Paul agrees as well. And we'll see how when we get some feedback from people watching this debate to see if they agree with that, how much they agree with that. Is this a reasonable assertion here? Mine parasites of colon, Wilson, Wetiko, and archonic are reality. Nobody has a problem with that? Okay.
Real quick, I don't think I have access to this Divi debate. Consider it. I'm on the normal Divi. Is there a difference?
Did you click on the link in the chat?
The core similarity. That one.
That was a link to my own theoretical basis for what I'm talking about.
We'll put it in the chat again for him.
Okay, thank you.
It's Divi debate.
Take down the share screen, please.
Okay, well I can put it in again. Oh, it's right at the bottom of the chat. Oh, I didn't hit enter. I'm sorry.
Can I say one thing? I want to just comment on the previous comment, just real quick.
Sure.
Something, and I forget the guy's name. We just spoke about it. He was saying it's a conscious thing with Wetiko, and I was shaking my head. No, it's like no, it's unconscious. It's not the idea of that. When I say Wetiko, it's dreaming phenomena. Dreaming is an expression of the unconscious.
Right. Well, this brings the issue up. Is a beehive conscious? Well, a beehive is made of a lot of separate bees. Well, humans are conscious, and we're made of a lot of separate communicating cells.
We're not just conscious. We're conscious and unconscious.
Right. Right. But the question is Wetiko conscious? It can come into play, and I don't think we need to answer that, because I think some people will say, of course it must be conscious, because a collection of communicating entities is what we are, and we're conscious, so it must be conscious. But and it's called a memeplex. It's a memeplex in things. It's an organism constructed of memes that has behavior and will, and it can have awareness through its parts, because it's really composed of us, okay? And it has just as we're composed of cells, but that's another issue.
What about the question of pluralities of entities? It's not just one.
Yes. Yeah, and that, it's sort of like when you talk about the money power. Well, it's a lot of different groups. Wetiko is sort of like I consider myself to be sort of a collection of spirits that I've accepted into myself. And if we and I have a physical center, I have a body. Okay, Wetiko is a little bit more abstract, but it's also a collection of spirits that.
Can I disagree with that? Because
sure.
On the one hand, its manifestation, it's like a multi-headed hydra. It has infinite variation of forms.
Yeah.
But what I'm pointing out is that, like the actual fundamental essence, the root source of it, it's not like that all those, if there are like a billion of its manifestations, they're not like all like separate, like existing entities that are separate from each other. I'm saying just like a multi-headed hydra, it all equally connects when you get down to the root. That's the same thing, and that root of Wetiko is not separate from us, from our own mind.
There's no real disagreement between you two.
Right.
Really.
I think.
I just want to clarify the language.
Right. Yeah. Well, the language is a problem. We have the Tower of Babel here, and and you see different things are true when you change the context slightly, and each of us has a slightly different context, and that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to focus on what we can agree on to some extent, so that we can.
Well, we all could. But we all seem to be agreeing that language is a barrier, a large barrier.
Yeah.
So I think that's
Right.
There's research to be done in that.
Yeah, and I think.
That's one of the ways that Wetiko operates it's a semantic bug. It's through language, where it creates misunderstanding that people who actually might be actually on the same side and on the same page, but it will create this incredible separation and misunderstanding through language. That's one of the mediums that it operates through.
And man, that happens all the time. Even on the most mundane of levels, you'll be trying to explain something to somebody, and they'll just go, no, and tell you the exact same thing right back to you.
Absolutely. Okay, so
the problem by appealing to math as
right.
a universal language.
So whether this being whether these beings are conscious or not, whether they're part of the information ecology of the universe, all these other things are things that we're not going to prove one way or the other, but we can all agree that these things exist, okay, and that they're real. And I don't think we weren't able to find anybody to argue the opposite point, that they have real effect in this world.
Yeah, I think it's if I can add a point, I think that original message, and this goes for building out formalized debates too. It was a little too broad, because it's hard to deny a force of resistance, and the way Paul explains it, it really is hard. It's hard to argue that doesn't exist. But I think what we can get to is systematically minimizing it. I think that should be where the discussion leads to.
Well, let me attempt to be the devil's advocate. Okay. And like I've been saying from the beginning, my own explorations have led me to believe that there is a spectrum of different entities. There is a diversity. There is literally a diversity of such entities. Now we can think of them as one mass, just like we can think of life as one thing. Okay, but then forget individuation in the species if we do that. So it seems that. So I need to ask you: is Wendigo life at that level? The analog of life at that level, or are you talking about specific particularities? Is there, in other words, what about autonomy, intention, all the analogies that we have? Okay. Trying to separate out self-identification, ego. Could a Wendigo have an ego?
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, it's interesting, because from the place that I'm coming from, the whole we and all of life on Earth and the whole biosphere, where you could see it as one organism. It's like, we're all part of the same biosphere. And so with that statement of the oneness, that doesn't preclude the multiplicity. And so they seem to be contradictions. Oh, well, is it oneness or is it multiplicity? And I'm saying, no, the oneness embraces and includes multiplicity. It doesn't negate it. So I don't know if that is answering anything.
Yeah, it does. I'm familiar enough with various forms of logic. it's just the Boolean and the Aristotelian simple logics don't allow for pluralities of possibilities. So once we get past that, which I think everyone knows that maybe is also a value, not just yes or no.
So
okay.
The next thing we have in here, and we don't have to do these in order. We can add new ones. But we have consensus on the first one within ourselves. We'll see if everyone agrees with us following. We have Wetiko can both save or destroy humanity. And this goes back to, and I'm really butchering Paul's words here. Maybe you can address this issue.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. Like, one of the main themes of my book is that, so here's Wetiko, which in a sense, it's the source of the greatest evil that our species individually, collectively can enact. And so it can literally destroy the human species, and encoded in the virus, because it's like a virus of the mind, it's like a quantum phenomena. There's a superposition of states. Encoded in this incredible evil or toxin or poison is not only its own medicine, but it's actually this gift. It actually can help us to wake up to the dreamlike nature. And so that becomes very interesting, because then when you realize that, well, is Wetiko evil, or is it the highest good? Or are those two opposites, which we normally conceive of as being opposite, are they actually indistinguishable? And when you begin to see that in alchemy, that's the coincidence of opposites, the coincidentia of cosmic form, where all of a sudden you recognize that the opposites are indistinguishable. That's the expansion of awareness that dispels Wetiko. Okay, so I'm hoping that it's such, it's a very difficult idea to articulate, but I'm hoping I'm getting across the point that encoded in the actual evil and poison, it's helping us, but only if we recognize what it's revealing. It's a revelation. The thing about Wetiko, it's a revelation. If we don't recognize what it's revealing to us, we're going to continue to destroy ourselves. If we recognize what it's showing us, it can actually help us to wake up.
I think that what is actually destructive is the ignorance of the existence of such. Okay, it's the ignorance that such exists. Now, and I like to point out that you seem to be treating Wetiko both as an entity and an effect. Okay, where they have an effect on us. It has an effect on us, and it is an it. Okay, and I'm still going to keep coming back to, you're not the first one that's thought of this. Okay, and the point is if we can show that that's going to occur in apparently identical settings. In other words, if there are analogies, like I spoke of earlier, I've been studying artificial intelligence, implementing artificial intelligence as distributed applications for a long time. And one of the things I realize is if it's possible to have artificial entities, that kind of seems an obvious no-brainer that there must exist natural entities on the same lines. Like, we have intelligence, it's nature. Somebody didn't have to design us or build us or code us. Okay? You see what I'm saying? In the same sense, if there can exist intelligences, artificial intelligences in machine networks, then why can't there exist natural intelligences in natural networks?
Yeah, I think people who believe in strong artificial intelligence like us, that there's no reason why intelligence will not evolve in machine. I mean, now that we're doing deep learning and all this other stuff, it's only a matter, and the networks are autonomous. They control themselves. there's no reason why intelligence will not evolve, because in an information in ecology, intelligence is what gives you survival. That which survives in information ecology necessarily will exhibit intelligence. And there's game theory behind that, but we won't get into that now. So what I wrote here was discovery of Wetiko is what brings enlightenment. Is that basically what you were saying, Paul, or what, should I add something to this?
Well, I'm not even sure I would use the word enlightenment, because I don't know much about what that is. But what I would say, yeah, that's an accurate statement. If enlightenment means that you have the recognition of this being shared dream,
Or recognition of what was it?
Of the dreamlike nature. And, you know, when I say dreamlike nature, I mean I've just finished a book on quantum physics. That's what the main insight of quantum physics is from my point of view, is it's recognizing that there's no objective world out here, but the act of the observer. In fact, the act of observing actually invokes the universe observed. That's the description of a dream.
So Paul, I have a question. How is it helping you to recognize a shared dream? And basically what I'm getting at with that is that wouldn't that require our curiosity in order to become more aware? And then that kind of seems like an infinite loop.
Yeah, okay, I'm not sure of the question. I mean, it's not, it's never ending, in the same way that you never get to the end of compassion. It's not like, oh no, I've reached the end. No, I can always open my heart more and cultivate more compassion. In the same way, you know, at least from my experience, like I'm in the night dream, and if I have awareness in the night dream that I'm dreaming, and I have lucidity, great, that's fantastic. If I'm able to stabilize that up until that point, then it's very easy to get absorbed into the dream and forget the nature of your situation that you're dreaming. And that's an analogy to the waking dream. And at any moment, any of us could have like this glimpse of, oh, the dreamlike nature. All of a sudden, something's happening in my external, you know, in my life that's actually expressing what's going on inside of me at that very moment. Great, you can have that realization at that moment, but then, you know, it's kind of easy to fall back asleep and get absorbed into the forms of the waking dream. So the point I'm saying is that to stabilize that recognition, and that's spiritual practice. That's a way of describing what
I found that for myself, if I didn't maintain a discipline of 15 minutes 3 times a day, I was unable to attain, you know, the state of meditation, of, you know,
mindfulness.
Looking inward, okay, to the, you know, and closing off the higher frequency brain waves, which, you know, you may or may not be doing. I don't mean to say that, but it's 45 minutes now, so I'm just gonna put up the list of topics, and I think maybe that some have been added. We're clearly not going to get through them all.
I wanted to bring up a topic on the universe could be considered information ecology.
Yeah, that's sort of what I've been talking about. Should we put that? We'll put that on the divvy, huh? We'll put that on the considerate. Do you want to speak on that? I think
It's basically Vipassana. That's what you're talking about. It's just the artificial intelligence version for computers of Vipassana. And the hard part is giving a language that lets people communicate what they want to really say specifically. And the harder part to that is the heuristic of how people learn. So that's kind of what I research. So, which is basically how to plan or a heuristic, or how to expect a word to have a specific meaning in a specific context that can work in various ways that you're not used to. For example, how would Vipassana, I think Vipassana illuminates Vasana, how would that apply to, a lambda calculus, root calculus, or any of those? Even though they're very much the same thing, it's just a different reference space. So one of my beliefs is that you need to have visual language. Stephen is an expert on that, so I think he could just.
Yeah, one of the things that Lewis Kaufman is brings out in his part of the paper that I reference is that if we have a model of computing, which is also a language, okay, which is also a topological object, okay, then we can do some pretty cool tricks like self-reference. And this is one of the things he talks about and Luke talks about in some of his other papers. Okay, now so once we have the idea of forms of life at this higher level, okay, that exist in a distributed fashion, okay, that they could be like bacteria or mice. Okay, we don't need to think of them as being self-aware. Most, okay, not in the sense of communicating symbolically with each other, okay, but just life at a higher level, at a higher distributed level, okay. And I think, pretty sure that what Paul is talking about is this kind of thing. And what happens is our existence is throughout all of these levels. We don't exist just at one level, but we seem to be stuck in our thinking at one level. But practicing various different forms of meditation, I do Tantra yoga, you learn to expand yourself, your awareness, out. So you're not just at the same level. Now, the analogy here we have in computer science is you can have layers of software, where one layer of software is acting like hardware for the next layer. It's called virtualization. Okay, we have virtual machines, right? A virtual machine acts like a piece of hardware for another piece of software, which can itself be acting like hardware via virtual machine. To another piece of software, we get the same layering effect.
Yeah, I think those of us that have been colleagues with Luke Hoffman and a number of other people through the years, various other things, we think that these structures, emergent structures, are inevitable beyond our wildest dreams. Okay, we think that they must be everywhere, and we understand why we don't communicate with them normally, but we believe in spooks, so to speak. Any other comments on that?
Stuff studying geometry.
Yeah. Any other people want to comment on the topic of what is the topic?
That's like the real hard part, is that with Wetiko, you don't have a concrete referential system. You don't have static algorithms like.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of in a sense it's a little bit like a flock of birds, because birds can leave, other birds can join. The flock is changing its structure all the time, and yet despite itself, the flock exhibits intelligent behavior. And the thing is that in meditation, you certainly can have the subjective feeling of feeling that intelligence. I mean, even we won't go into that. But
let me add one thing to what you're saying. Also, is as long as you can define a fixed point in the collection, it's an entity.
Yeah, that's a definition of a manifold, and you have a whole bunch of manifolds you can play with.
Yeah.
You don't know the manifold exists, and you don't know their dynamic manifold.
Yeah, because if you're part of it, if you're one of the bees in the swarm, you only see your local neighborhood, okay? You don't see the entire thing or its dynamics.
Yeah, but you can know. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I think you're probably the guy to ask about this stuff.
Well, it's funny because I'm just appreciating. It's like all of you are speaking a different language. I mean, I'm like, I don't even have a cell phone. I'm like a computer idiot, really, and getting the sense, wow, these are guys who are super switched on.
You're not a Luddite, are you?
No, not, I have my MacBook Air because I have to run my phone. I'm just appreciating like the sophistication of your guys' discussion.
Well, and we're illustrating how this transcends language.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, and you know,
Okay, so but I actually had a point. Like the thing I was going to say though about what you guys were like contemplating, just right now, was that the thing about Wetiko. So and I know that this will speak right to I think all of you is that it's a higher dimensional entity. It's non-local, but it operates through third dimensional space and time. And this reminds me when I think it was Stephen who said, "Oh, you're like referring to an id and its effects." And it made me think about like archetypes. Archetypes, you never find an archetype. You only know an archetype by its effects. It's like that whole
exactly.
And I have something to add also, and this might actually simplify it. So I apologize if I get off track a little bit, but I've noticed a couple times that we've made references to an individual bird in a flock not being intelligent, but yet it represents it. It is doing something intelligent. So why do you guys, or why am I assuming that there's an assumption that these things aren't intelligent or aren't guided by intelligence? And maybe
the word isn't intelligence, but self-aware that we should be using.
Okay.
We need to separate. Intelligence is a behavior. Okay. Self-awareness is an action. It's a behavior too,
there's two distinct things here. I mean, self-awareness is a question, and to some extent, I think that self-awareness is a little bit of an illusion in that we are part of a collective intelligence that we're not aware of generally. And
so that's it.
And the point is that we don't know. We think we're living in a dream in that we don't know why we do the things we do very often. Okay, and that's the other kind of awareness that we're talking about here, or intelligence. It's not. Yes, I mean, animals are intelligent. I mean, and undoubtedly self-aware as well. But it's not a matter of. Can these mean plexes? Can these spiritual beings, whatever they are, can they do they have I mean, the question is, do they have memory? Do they have a model of themselves and their environment? Okay, that's the kind of.
Just curious, it seemed like that. What were you going to say, Patrick?
It's related to Jim's point, and I was coming at it with different language. Of course, that seems to be the consistency here. But I was relating with. I actually wanted to get back to that. In that, so there seems to be some sort of awareness at a sworn level that is causing effects that lead to higher organizations or higher frequencies. So wouldn't that represent in what Stephen was saying earlier about it actually being a spectrum of entities, much like the forces of nature or the forces of ecology itself? Is that?
Yeah, well, the thing that brings up for me before with when I heard that from Stephen, I was thinking, yeah, well, we're these multidimensional entities, just like a dream. A dream is a multidimensional. It's not like you have a dream and, oh, this is what it means, just on one flat land. Multidimensional, and they can all be true, even though they seemingly contradict each other. And we are that. We are multidimensional. So it makes perfect sense that there would be a spectrum.
Well, yeah, and so there's a spectrum in levels, if you want to use that term, and there's a spectrum in their nature. Okay? Just like how many different algorithms are there? There's not just one. Okay, we can segregate the diversity into functions. And does this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Some do collections of those, etc. Like an amoeba, like a virus is something that does just one thing. Okay? A bacteria does 14 things. A mouse does 128 things. A whale does 2,048 things. Humans do a billion things. You see the variation there?
Right. Actually, so
and we can capture that in something called non-regional expressiveness, which captures this in words. Exactly.
Okay, the thing that what you just said, Stephen, for some reason it just brings up in me, because here we're talking, like, at least in part, we're talking about like this thing that, like, the indigenous people call Wetiko, and I just realized, oh, I should just describe it, because I think it might be really interesting to you guys how it operates, because Wetiko, it's non-local, and it doesn't have a fixed form. It's a shape-shifting entity. You can either call it an entity, but it'll shapeshift and it'll assume our form. It'll put us on. And putting us on means it'll fool us, but it actually puts us on like a suit of clothes. So it apes us, it mimes us, it impersonates us. And if we don't have the recognition of its covert operations through our unconscious thoughts, we'll then identify with it, assuming that its version of ourselves is who we are. And as soon as that happens, that's how it works. Because then take a look at what's happened. We've given ourselves away, and we've identified with who we're not, and we've disconnected from who we are, and we've given ourselves away. So it can't steal our soul, it tricks us into giving it away ourselves. So, I think it's just important to understand how it works, because like I was saying, how to heal it is when you begin to see it.
Yes. It's the analogy in the computer world is botnet malware. Okay? Where you have this program that gets inserted into your operating system and it sequesters resources to use for itself to do its own thing. And you can't use them anymore. It's doing something else. It's doing distributed attacks.
That's really interesting. That's really interesting to me, because in my book I talk about the thing about Wetiko. It's like it's a pathological energy in the psyche that subsumes all the healthy parts into its service.
Again, you see, once we realize that computations do not occur without resources, processes require entropy gradients in order to exist. There's physics for this, man.
I'm just laughing because my friends who are aware that I'm not really computer fluent, they're in my head cracking up as they hear you guys speak this incredible mathematical scientific language. It's kind of funny.
Well,
I would say my work is mainly on how to make domain independent, or make a language that works for every use, but doesn't specify anything specifically.
And that's,
So let me put a question on the table. Okay, since we have some idea of what we're talking about, can we harness them? Can we exploit them? We are being exploited without our knowledge. Why can't we turn the tables on them?
Yeah, well, that's, in a sense, that's what I'm pointing at in my book, because they're exploiting us in that the Wetiko, it doesn't have, one thing it doesn't have is creativity. So as soon as we identify with it, it will use our creativity against us to serve it. Okay? So what you're pointing at is to reverse that process, and that's exactly what I'm pointing at. That when you actually see Wetiko, you actually take away its power and you empower we empower ourselves. That's the point.
yeah, well, to some extent that, sort of needs to be a collective action, because in a sense, Wetiko is very creative. I mean, evil in this world, has the most money and the best resources, and benefiting from the program.
It's stolen.
Yeah, right, exactly. I don't agree with that, Jim. When you said Wetiko is creative, it is not creative, but it steals our creativity. That's what it does.
Yeah. Well, it's, I mean, we are the cells in its body. So, of course, our creativity becomes its creativity, in my view. But let's go back.
How does it, I'm sorry, I have to interject right here, Paul. How does it trick us? I'm sorry if you already went over this, but what is the mechanism of tricking a person if it doesn't involve some sort of creativity?
Yeah, well, because it can actually, it's a master of
Mimicry.
Mimicry and deception. So it can actually mime us and ape us and impersonate us. So if you think, one simple way of answering that, think about you're in meditation, you're doing Vipassana, and all of a sudden you'll have a thought form, right? And the thought, it's not just a thought, it's a whole identity, and a whole cosmos comes with that thought. Well, and if you absorb in that thought and identify with that thought, by your own intrinsic power, you've created yourself into that universe. And if that thought isn't, really in alignment with who you are, well, then guess what? You're then actually being a conduit for the Wetiko virus to incarnate in the third dimension.
Well, that's a beautiful explanation, actually.
That was really good.
Excellent. So, are there other topics in here that we want to put in?
I'd like to place another one. This is looking forward and looking backward.
Yeah. Well, why don't you type it in? If you have it, you want to add one here?
I need to say it because I don't think it works. Sorry, I'm dyslexic.
Yeah.
I need to see if I can get the words out. Could we see historical trends in history, series of events in history that seem to be working teleologically toward a goal as an example of a larger level? What's he called?
Yeah. I mean that's exactly it. It's all, so one way, what that brings up, Stephen, is when you said that, is like clear when you contemplate what we as a species are doing right now. We're in the process, we are committing suicide. We're committing mass suicide. We're actually destroying ourselves. And if you look at history, that's just through all these iterations, all the different wars or incredible destruction. But what I'm pointing at in my book is that in that process of destroying ourselves, that's the way we're teaching. That's the teleology. That's the way we're teaching ourselves how not to destroy ourselves, which we clearly haven't gotten yet, haven't understood how not to destroy ourselves, or we wouldn't be destroying ourselves. So you see, encoded in the pathology is the medicine. That's the whole idea that I'm talking about in Wetiko.
Well, it's so then it becomes a question of, do we have a natural immune system?
Yeah, we do. It's
And how do we strengthen it?
And how do we strengthen it at the community level? Because if I can interject real quick, obviously meditation practice is big in centering yourself and allowing to combine the polarities. But on a community level, what does this look like?
Right, totally. And that's also, I really go into that, because if one person really does their Vipassana and becomes all enlightened, great, but that's meaningless in the larger scope of things. Because here, Wetiko, it's a collective psychosis, so it's working through the collective unconscious and through 7 billion humans. But the point is, when you have not just one, but a number of people together who have the realization of what Wetiko is, by whatever name you call it, when you see how it works, and they're able to connect with each other through that realization, through having that lucidity, then that's where it's what I call they can conspire to co-inspire. They can activate collective genius in a way where they can actually change the dream. And that's the teleology. That's the evolutionary. We're participating in our own evolution if we have the awareness to recognize that. Okay, so the idea of collective, that we can actually connect with each other. And one way to understand this, if you're in a night dream and you have lucidity, right? That's one thing. But imagine some other of your dream characters in that night dream also have lucidity, and you connect with each other and you contemplate what you're realizing, i.e., oh my God, this is a collective dream. What you discover, I imagine, is that you can put what I call the sacred power of dreaming, which is the power that we have to dream the dream into materialization. We can put together through that lucidity in a way that changes the dream. Now, what I just described is in a night dream, that's totally analogous to what's available to us in the waking.
And this actually just reminds me of a little fun piece of information I think is good to interject here. I was listening to a Tim Ferriss podcast, and just as a side note, he brought up a friend of his created something. I don't remember the exact name of the app or the company, but it's a dream journal. And they're getting all this data of these people recording their dreams, and what they're noticing is that people are having similar dreams, almost exact same dreams at the exact same times throughout the world. So that's insane. And it's,
right. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I would add Kala Bhairava, who's an Indian legend. How people experienced a lot of things all at once, and it is from that mass.
sorry.
Okay. And it's from that mass experience coming all at once that people recognize something bad is occurring. So you need Wetiko, I just call it vasanas, or built-in habits to kind of recognize. It's basically your built-in predictive analytics, and server administration stuff, big data. You have all sorts of predictive analytics companies popping out of the woodworks, and AI is largely tied to that in the industry sense. Like everyone in their own individual sense has the ability to accelerate time just by imagining something, right? And that's kind of what Wetiko serves as a purpose. The problem with collective Wetiko is there's no language to collective Wetiko. And maybe that's something Patrick can elaborate on.
Man, I don't have much I could elaborate on with that, except that it's interesting that I'm noticing things moving towards emoticons, and it's kind of, is it the beginnings of like a hieroglyph type thing where we use these emoticons to accurately represent, at least in a written form, how we feel? What do you guys think about that?
I would say that our language is evolving to be stratified, where we're not just using one level of symbols, we're using plural levels of symbols. We have emoticons and English and other things.
Yeah.
Okay, like hyperlinks. Okay, think of emoticon as a form of hyperlink. It's linking many different things in one symbol.
I don't want to get too.
I don't want to get too far off speculation here, but I do think there is a language.
I think language.
And the lambda calculus the graphic lambda calculus seems to be giving it. There are things that are universal. Okay, if you go, this goes all the way back to church cleaning. The guys that were working on this stuff where you have things called combinators, okay, which are irreducible, and they seem to be universal.
Yeah, we're going over the time here. Maybe and it's a little bit unfortunate. We're sort of not getting to the meat of the debate here, but the issue is. Self-enlightenment or awakening from our dream of reality alone can defeat Wetiko. And, my argument here is that if it were possible that through meditation and self-enlightenment, we could spread this message to humanity and defeat Wetiko, it would have happened 2,000 years ago with Lao Tseng, and when people first realized the notions of quantum causality and the yin yang and the the other great teachers through civilization who have promoted these memes, so to speak, to defeat Wetiko, and it wasn't successful. And the reason, so my opinion.
It was successful. It just you don't have memory of it happening, so you don't know.
I mean, I see war and children starving, and
hold on. It's not an enemy that you can defeat once and it's eternally vanquished.
Well, I think I think we can transform society, but it won't happen through through individuals' self-enlightenment alone.
Can I say something about that? Because I actually talk about that in my book. When I talk about that, on the one hand, it's super important for us to go internal and into our minds. And but we're at the point in our history. You see, the thing about Wetiko, it collapses the boundary between the inner and the outer, and so our inner process is manifesting in the outer world. So it's not enough just to be sitting in your cave, doing your meditation, doing your mantras, becoming all enlightened without participating in life. Because I think the way to work on your inner process is manifesting all around us in the outer world. So it's like we have to co-join and combine the idea of being a spiritual practitioner, working on their inner stuff, and what I call it's what I call be a spiritually informed political activist. Because if you're just a political activist engaging in the outside world, trying to fight evil without that inner spiritual awareness, then you're just as one-sided as somebody who's just meditating without actually being engaged in the greater body politic. The two have to be together.
Yeah, I agree with that, Paul. And Jim, one point, I do have a slight disagreement to the first thing you said. I think that I think that's an assumption that isn't necessarily true, that we were capable of realizing the shared dream because of what earlier things you were saying about frequency. Don't you kind of, on the path to further organization, isn't this just a natural progression for us to be able to, I mean, that's the whole idea of the singularity, is you progress to this point and then there's the breakthrough. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, and I guess my issue here my thing here was that what we have now is what we need besides just self-awareness is we need to consciously evolve in terms of the memes that we promote and the understandings that we promote, and develop a common language of things that we have consensus on. And building, as Michael was saying earlier, and I guess Michael had to leave. Oh, I don't know. I guess he's here. But it's a process of building the common language so that we can promote. It's like, I still smoke, and this has no nicotine, but I still smoke cigarettes. I quit quite a bit over the last year, but I keep starting again.
And the thing about language, Jim, because that's really important, is that, when I think we're all switched on to that, the thing with language, it's not just something that we're describing, like the world with, but it's actually creating the world with.
Right, and I realize I've been programmed to smoke. I mean, by all the movies and TV and everything from the 50s and the 60s, and my grandfather's smoking.
That's a collective Wetiko that you embodied.
Right. But the idea is that if we can agree on certain things, we can change. We can change things, and this was leading to the idea that decentralization it frees us from the control of the central meme authorities. The media,
it operates by centralizing power and control in the psyche, which is getting reflected.
Right, and so much of this is in culture, and in the recesses of power, the monetary power, the media power, whatever, that is perpetuating messages that are not in our self or mutual interest. And this is, this creation of Wetiko by the powers that be, I believe, is preventing the enlightenment of the masses.
Yeah, but that only does it if we subscribe to it, if we buy into it, if we...
Right. Well, we have to be, I'm saying we have to be part of the solution.
It only exists as long as there are worshipers of that God.
Well, we have to be part of the solution. It's, it's sort of like, the whole thing, Muhammad saying, it's fine, for you to, befriend and even marry Christians and Jews as long as they're not against you. But if they're against you, kill them. Now the other, so we say, well, they're going to kill us if we're against them, so we're going to be against them. I mean, it's illogical, but that's the way the world is,
And that and other cases seem to be the way that the powers that be, or whatever you want to call it, organize the masses around fear, because there does seem to take
absolutely
high energy moments in order for mass.
Yeah, I think we.
So, I'm sorry, just let me finish this thought.
Yeah.
So, what would be the high level energy moments that organize towards the more positive side, as opposed to like, a black guy getting shot and riots raid out? That is Wetiko winning through a fear-based moment. What is the opposite force winning through a positive moment? And I would subscribe to the festival culture that we see being a crude level of that, because and even that has to be
think of, as an example, think of the effect on the participants that attending Burning Man has.
Exactly. Exactly.
And that, whether it's with whatever festival or with like Burning Man, I mean, that's sort of like the most sort of like superficial sort of expression of what you're pointing at, that there as like sort of like the antidote for like the fear-based, like the Wetiko epidemic, which is just creating like wars and killing and fear, and it just becomes a self-perpetuating feedback loop that just self-reinforces. Okay.
I like to. We need to start shutting things down, but I need to throw one more thing out there, and this is coming from the. I don't want to take away anything from what you're saying. I'm saying that there's another way of looking at this. And if we're going to harness these things, I think we all agree they exist. It's a natural phenomenon. So, is there anything wrong with the idea that maybe they can be harnessed and used?
Well, that's exactly.
Are we just gonna ever be at the throne?
I think Paul's saying that
reason why
we can harness it.
The tables and use them, use these natural intelligences, harness them.
That's what you're asking, that's what my whole work is about, is that, because these energies or seeming entities, they're higher dimensional, they're these daimonic energies. I choose that word carefully. And what it means, a daimonic energy is something that can possess an ego or a person or a group or a species. And the idea is that when encoded in the daimonic, the actual etymology of the word, it's our guiding spirit. And also encoded in the daimonic is the creative spirit. And the idea is that if we tap in, if we have a conscious relationship with that daimonic energy, then we actually connect with our guiding spirit, with our calling, with our voice, with our genius, and in a really positive way. But if we don't connect in a conscious way with that daimonic energy, it constellates negatively and becomes a demon. And that demon, that's what the indigenous people call Wetiko. So your question, Stephen, that's the question. How do we actually turn the tables?
Well, one of the things I've learned about how to start a distributed computation.
Yeah. We only have a few minutes left.
Please, Jim, give me the floor on this one. one of the things I found is all of the parts of the computation have to start at the same time. You have to have an initial synchronization of all the participants.
Okay,
And
so
I think that that's a key. And that's like, okay, if there's a single event that causes emotion to pop, that's the same thing. It's if people start all at the same state.
I agree with that.
They're synchronized with each other.
That's consensus.
Yeah.
so we only have a few minutes left. We have 3 points here on how decentralized technology frees humanities to combat evil grassroots. And there's some comments on here, but the thing is that, you know, you're saying, what can we do? And, you know, as, you know, we're representing a group of people that are part of a much larger decentralization community. And we're trying to bring them knowledge or understanding in of how we can do this in a human way that frees people. And people have different ideas. And, you know, one of the big ideas with scenario and everything else is that disintermediate media can free us from the media giants, so that we're no longer programmed centrally by the by media.
That's what Neil Postman writes about a lot. And Neil Postman actually predicted that because we had a centralized sort of Wetiko before, our media just naturally manifested as centralized media all over the world, not only in the US, just because it's a natural manifestation of that sort of thing Paul is talking about. The hard part is making a language that you can't own, or that you can't claim as yours, and that works and evolves on its own. And the hard part is really to teach people how those languages exist, and they're domain independent, and they require a lot of non-intuitive thinking to learn. And Vipassana is basically a domain independent language.
And if I could just say, Mike, because we're running out of time, or at least I am, the idea, like one of the major things about Wetiko is the way it operates within the human psyche is that it centralizes power and control. And that gets reflected through, you know, the external world. I mean, just look at how the shadow government, or whatever you call it, it's trying to obviously centralize.
Well, it also leads to central nervous systems and creatures. The same.
Yeah, it leads to diversity, not centralization. Organization, yes, but not centralism.
What I want, I'm disagreeing with Paul. This centralizing effect that you're saying, the natural occurrence. Okay, it's all in a sense.
Yeah, but then okay, I don't have a problem with that.
I disagree.
I'm talking about a pathological aspect of it.
It's how it is used.
Okay, no, that's fine.
It's how it is used. We have this process, okay, that we've been barely aware of at individual and collective levels. And little by little, we're starting to get a clue that there's more to reality than just stuff, okay? Now that more and more people are starting to program things, they realize, hey, software is not matter, and yet it causes material different things to happen. Okay? In the same way, I always start thinking about, you know, we are computers, we are machines. Physically. We can be hacked too. You know, what if there's naturally occurring malware? What I'm suggesting is this: what the ego effect you're saying? It's the malware. It's just running wild in our natural psyche, and we need to learn to control it and maybe even harness it.
Yeah, and Stephen, to underline that exact point about natural malware, one example of that is the breakthrough science with the gut biome and how it's attached directly to your brainstem.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I mean that's about as close of a connection as you can get. You eat it, it alters your mood. Whatever ends up in your gut biome literally alters your mood. So
yeah, there's been work by initial by Jacob and others showing the collective intelligence of bacterial colonies, okay, which is a tiny example of a Wetiko that's acting on bacteria, okay? Paul is talking about the Wetiko that act on human beings, okay? And there are many different things that happen in these processes, and centralization of control is one of the things that happens. Now, but so understanding these mechanisms and these processes and these natural occurrences is the first step.
Yeah, emergence of higher level control is a process which, if it lacks requisite variety, is not viable.
That's natural selection at that level.
Yeah, viable systems theory.
Speaking of natural selection, I actually have to get going soon, but I do want to say one thing on that, because I think, at least when I'm striving towards all these solutions and exploring all these solutions, it does come down to natural selection. So I think there's an innate fear in people to adopt sort of these decentralized solutions, because then they have to choose like strength and evolving themselves and using their willpower to get stronger, as opposed to what the powers that be do, and that's make you more comfortable and more.
Yeah, it's the difference between a herd animal and an individual. You know, when you're in a herd, when you're a member of a herd, you don't have to make your own decisions. You just follow your neighbors. Okay? But when you are realizing that I'm not just this, I'm not just this, you are connected to it all, it's a completely different thing. You have to assert the autonomy of self at that level. And it's not ego self, it's being. Again, language is the problem here. We just don't.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's funny because that's exactly what I was going to say, sort of, because I do have to go, in that, in mythologies, they'll often, or fairy tales, they'll often talk about the importance of finding the name for the offending demon, and by doing that, you take away its power. And I'm not attached at all to the name Wetiko. That's just one name of many names, to find, and that has to do with creating a new form of language. And what I mean by that is actually like, because we're pointing at dimensions of our experience that we don't have words for. So even in my book, I'm creating all these new words to point at patterns or dynamics that we just don't have words for. And in a way, that gets to being a creative artist, that we're actually, creating, our articulation of our experience, that's getting deepening or more expanded or more nuanced. And that's all in the service of hopefully potentially dispelling this thing we're calling Wetiko.
Well, thank you so much. It's an hour and a half. That's our limit. If anyone wants to hang on, I guess they can hang on. I will stop the recording. I'll put in the chat again. Well, I guess I don't need to put it in the chat. There's a couple things added in Consider It, and there's a couple things added in the document. If people can go in and they can put pros and cons on their different things, and if there's, we can continue on with this from this recording. We can add more features, more areas where we might find consensus on how we can defeat Wetiko, and hopefully from this experience here, we can evaluate how we might run other discussions in the future that can help us build a common language for defeating Wetiko that we can express and share to send the right messages, the disruptive messages. And that's why the talk was called Disrupting Wetiko. We're going to disrupt him with disruptive technology that decentralizes everything. and peer-to-peer, group-to-group, within our webs of trust. Okay, we're going to break free of the global influences of Wetiko. There's any other final words?
Everybody, 'cause I actually do have to go, but yeah, I really enjoyed this, and thank you all for this discussion. You know.
Sweet.
Onward.
Okay. Take care, guys.
See you, Paul. And I also have to go too, guys. Thanks. Nice meeting you guys. Username Volsung. What's your actual name?
Is
Oh, Michael.
Michael. Nice to meet you. My middle name's Michael. Yeah. So thanks for having me. I stayed the whole thing. I just decided whatever. I'll stay up. This was a really interesting conversation. And one thing I would like to close on, just for the people listening, one thing we all definitely agreed on was increasing your awareness and your receptivity, and then trying to get to a common language. So the more receptive you actually are, the easier you'll be able to understand a person, even if they're using different words. It's just the more open you are as a person. So we can start there, and I appreciate you guys very much, and I look forward to continued conversations.
Awesome.
thanks so much.
Thank you.
Great meeting you.
Jim, can you capture the chat into the document?
Yes, I will. And
Okay.
I'm still looking for the end recording button.
Yeah.
Stop recording. Okay, here it is.
Hi, Michael. Yeah, I hope that I didn't fire hose that stuff too much. Like I said, I've been working on this stuff for quite a while, and I actually have a project that I'm recruiting for. I need programmers that understand what dynamic calculus is. Minimum requirement.
Yeah. Well, the hard part is really understanding that time factor is what compresses everything. And what happened now in slow time will be tomorrow a small compressed, and in the future will just be somewhere in your RAID disk hidden in the middle of nowhere. And that's why you can never really have memory of those things or know what happened. You just end up with manifolds that you can't control. There's no language to discuss it. I've worked with.
Well, here's the thing. If two entities do not need to maintain their separate memory data, if they don't need to maintain data separation and they could just merge, they don't need a language at all. They just join.
Yeah, and the language doesn't have to be symbolic.
Well, here's the difficulty that I've been analyzing this problem for a long time, because it came from watching Star Trek, where Spock is mind meld, or supposedly his mind meld joined another mind, and I said, well, how do you know what memories are yours and not yours? Okay, if I have two computational systems, they have separate databases. Okay, I can't just arbitrarily mix the databases together. Okay, there's something called Boolean satisfiability problem. Okay, that's a hard problem. Okay,
Bayesian network probability is a similar issue.
yeah.
I studied that, and it's a similar issue in economics, and it's a similar issue in language, because it's the same thermodynamic issue.
Okay, so I came up with a possible solution, and it has to do with rethinking the nature of language. Instead of thinking of language in terms of you have a command line and I have a command line, and I'm writing something on your command line and you're writing something on my command line. Think of it this way. Let's say you and I are computers, and we're running a repertoire of running a bunch of computations in the background. And one of these computations is a simulation. Okay, I'm running a simulator, and I'm running a simulator, and you're running a simulator. And one of the simulations that's being generated is what I think you are, what I think you're doing as a system, and you have one that's running a simulation of what you think I'm doing as a system. In other words, you're simulating me, and I'm simulating you.
In the same manifold.
Yes.
It's the same manifold too.
Now, here's something that happens. Let's take that. Let's do a recursion on that. and ask the question, does my simulation of you contain a simulation of me? You follow?
Yeah, it's network stuff.
Okay, now if my simulation of you contains a simulation of me that matches me, and your simulation of me contains a simulation of you that matches you, that's effective. And effectively, that's called my similarity. Okay, I'm able to match everything you do. If that condition is met, we're synchronized effectively. I can predict what you're going to do, and you can predict what I'm going to do. And yet, we can be completely separate.
Yeah, it's like we exist.
Do you see the connection there? That's the key. If my simulation of you...
Criteria. Yeah, that's the existence criteria that lets you know that something exists. And it lets you create an animation of that. It sort of gives that animation to that existence.
Right.
And the hard part is really, I think what Jim was trying to talk about was how do you make that from like such a third level of system, like system of systems topics to like something that you can build into, like your visual lambda calculus is kind of...
Well, the way we do it is by basic recursive techniques, okay, where you have a system that has a language that talks about itself, okay, and that process of the system talking about itself expresses computations, okay, that can act as a system itself, that can go through the process again. In other words, what you have to do is you have to think in terms of layers.
monoid.
Well, I don't know if it's something different from a monoid. It's different. It's more like monads. Leibniz's monads. Each one reflects all others.
I read that book.
Okay.
And that's what's usually studied in manifolds.
I know, but here it's something kind of like a double cover, like a cover space where you have a base manifold, and you have a cover. You have images that project down, and you can have layers of the images. Okay. Now each one. Okay, so let's just say we have the ground, our base manifold, and then you have a cover, and it can act like an image of the base for another layer. This layer sees this as if it were the base, but this one sees the one below it as a base.
Yeah, that's what a manifold is. It's an interdimensional form.
Okay, yes. But these can be completely separate, not connected at all.
Oh, okay.
Okay, as long as one...
Space?
As long... No. Okay, are you familiar with category theory?
A little bit. I'm probably not.
Okay. Or this is more like what are called two categories. You have categories made up of categories and transformations of them. This is tough stuff.
Well, go for it, because that's what it's
my job, what I get paid to do is to take the math, abstract stuff, and figure out how we design things that can actually be done. That's my job. Is researching for my job. And so I'm thinking, okay, we know how to build virtual machines. We do that. Like if I'm using cloud service, okay, and I want to create an instance computer that I can use, I'm creating a virtual machine. It's a piece of software that acts like a box of my own, right? For all intents and purposes, for all I know, it's a box. It's like the tower sitting. I got two of them sitting here. Okay, it acts like it. I can't tell that it isn't. See, the one thing we have to understand is that software doesn't see hardware.
Yeah, that's
Okay, hardware, software does. What does software see? Software sees differences and latencies. That's it. Latencies and differences. Zero.
Yeah.
Right?
So,
that's it. Okay. Everything, when we talk about hardware, software doesn't see hardware at all. It's latencies and differences. So if we can use latencies and differences as has the symbols of a language. All we got to do is add grammar to
yeah,
it.
yeah.
We add a grammar to it, and boom, voila, you have a language. And guess what? You can do things in that language that act like another layer.
Yeah, that's
You
what
can
the
do things on that language to create another layer.
Yeah,
And it's exactly like that process of starting out with a manifold, and you have an image that acts like a manifold, and you have an image above that acts like a manifold, and an image above that. And you can exactly recreate this mathematical idea that seems abstract. You can do that. Except the point here is that you're using a process instead of a substance. Okay, you have a process that's implementing the image. Okay, like you have a program that runs a simulation. You know, what do you? I'm fire hosing stuff at you to try to trigger some thinking in a certain direction.
Yeah, I study like that stuff, and I
Okay.
like heuristics in general, where you're creating different types of basically graph matrix grammars,
Yes.
which lets you build like self-building manifolds, right?
Yes.
Like the manifold that can construct a system of covers that do something that you wanted to do. That normally would just fancy equations, and then they pay someone like you to figure it out, right?
Yeah,
I guess.
although we can transfer the word cover into wrapper.
Yeah, I don't know I know every domain has its own lingo. Computer side, programming, hardware, people use different lingo. Everyone has lingo. That's why I focus on domain-independent language.
Right, I agree. And because the one thing we have to have in order to implement this project is we have to have a domain-independent language for it to work. The client, everything builds on the client. You know, a little piece of software that you install on your machine that allows it to talk to other. It talks to other pieces of software like it. You know, let's give it a name. The Morph client. Morph.
So-
Okay, you have one, I have one, and you install it all over. The idea is we in order to build Morph, we have to build it in a domain-independent language. Okay? I mean, right now, Java is about as good as domain-independent language. Really.
Pascal, I think, is far superior to Java.
Oh, but okay. But the only criteria that matters here is that it doesn't care what machine it's running on.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand and appreciate aesthetics. I agree Haskell is better than Java, but okay, when it comes to I need something that I can run on my phone. And I can run on my Linux box, my Apple box, and my PC box. And they can all talk to each other with minimum bullshit.
Yeah, I think he said Pascal, not Haskell. But Haskell, you know, is a better language in many ways, but I think the language is...
All that matter, it doesn't matter better or worse, doesn't matter. It's whether or not it's domain independent.
Yeah, and I know I work at a lot of hardware stuff and firmware stuff in particular. The hard part is really removing the firmware and making the firmware the base manifold to the software.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
That's not as easy
Yeah,
to say.
So let me ask you, what about instead of going down toward the metal, what if we go up in the layers of abstraction, like hypervisors? You know, instead of hypervisors, you know, like hypervisor is kind of like a particular instance of an operating system.
A virtual machine. Yeah. Virtual machine controller.
Yeah.
The hypervisor. I'm still recording. I'm still streaming to YouTube. I forgot to stop it.
Well, what the hell? as long as it'll take it, we'll still keep creating content for it. But
you know, this is kind of long though. I think we definitely need to continue this, and
we can go offline. Like I said, I put up my I have my Facebook link if you want to get in touch with me, and we can continue the discussion of other things. But there are some open problems that I am wrestling with, and I would like to ask you some questions, Mark, if I could.
yeah. But you guys can stay on. I need to go off because it takes hours. It takes hours to convert the Zoom video, which I don't really need because I have the YouTube one. I was just thinking, but the YouTube one will need editing anyway. I just wish we had some. I wish we had Daniel on board. Daniel disappeared. He was our video editor guy.
I can do it if you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'll. I stick the files out on Google Drive. So, the YouTube. You just need access to the account, right?
All right, I'm out, guys. I'll hopefully talk to you again soon, Michael. Appreciate it.
Later.
Good night.
Stop sharing. Cool.